Assalamu alaikum. Can everyone hear me?
Walaikum assalam, Rim. Yes, we can hear you very nicely. Assalam alaikum.
Okay.
Welcome, Salam. Yes.
Jazakallah khair. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي ربنا زدنا علما ربنا زدنا علما ربنا زدنا علما اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما صليت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد اللهم بارك على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما باركت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. Assalamu alaikum, my dear sisters. Welcome to today's session. My name is Rim Chakraborty and I will be your speaker tonight. I am a member of UK Islamic Mission since a few years. I have been a secretary to the New Muslim Care Department. Most of the time I'm behind the scenes with these Wednesday evening sessions assisting technically. So our hadith for this evening is hadith number 32 from Imam Nawawi's 40 hadith. There should be, so the hadith says, there should be neither harming nor reciprocating harm. La darar wa dirar. Wala dirar. Narrated by Abu Sa'id al-Khudri radiyallahu anhu. And the source is Ibn Majah, Al-Daraqutni, and others with an excellent chain of narration. So we move on to the background and significance. So the hadith at the heart of today's discussion is there should be neither harming nor reciprocating harm. It was okay, so this statement has been recorded in collection such as those by Ibn Majah, Al-Daraqutni with his chains of narrations. And to truly appreciate this hadith, we must consider its context and importance. This statement emphasizes the avoidance of harm, which is central to Islamic teaching. It serves as the foundation of Islamic legal maxims and is widely applicable across various branches of fiqh or Islamic jurisprudence. As its core, this hadith introduces the principle of harm prevention, a concept that influences personal, social, and legal aspects of Muslim life. Now, there are three different opinions taken. The first one is harm that has no benefit in it whatsoever. Okay, and we will let's take an example for that. So a man, he divorces his wife and takes her back on the last day of Iddah. And he repeats this again. So basically what he's doing, that he is abusing his power of divorce. And this type of relationship is harmful because he is doing this to show that he has, an upper hand and he can do this, basically. So this is impermissible in Islam. The second opinion is harm that has some benefits in it, but harming someone else. So we will take an example here that it has some benefits, but it is harming someone else. And this example, we will say that there was a name, there's a person who has one-story house, and his family is expanding, and he wants to build a second story. Now, the problem is that he has a neighbor, and the neighbor doesn't have a roof on top of the house. So the problem is if the second story gets built, then they can peek into their house, their private life, and will have no privacy. So I want to ask you, sisters, what do you think, in your opinion, should the person do? Should he build the second story building or not build? Or what is your opinion? Or what do you think about this whole thing? You can open your cameras and, sorry, you can open your mic and you can talk, because you can give me a quick insight. I will take two sisters, if that's okay.
Yeah, I think it's best if we need to ask. Hi, assalamu alaikum to everyone. Sorry,
Walaikum
I just
salam.
started. I think it's best if we ask to first to help him to for to need to concern about his privacy as a Muslim brother, because if his privacy is invaded in a way that we are doing it in our luxury, it's not the necessary, the need. It's the like if we all they already living in a house and the other one living in that condition that they need support in a way, so I think first they need to do support him and then go for his second story or anything.
Exactly. Alhamdulillah. That's a very good answer. Any other answers? Any other sister? No? Okay. So there are four school of thoughts, and we will go around with all the four school of thoughts and listen to what each one has to say. So we have Hanafi school of thought. So in the Hanafi madhab, they are saying if they are doing something permissible within itself, then this is allowed as long as they do not have any bad intentions of harming someone. So basically, Hanafi is saying this is allowed, but they are not responsible to build a roof for the neighbor, but not, and also they are not allowed to peek. If it comes to the knowledge that they are peeking or something is going on, then they will lose this privilege. Okay, so this is what the Hanafi madhab is saying. And also it talks about intention as well. So what type of intention they hold. And the next one, we have Maliki madhab, right? And in the Maliki, they are saying, even if we can presume there is some harm to the neighbor, then we will not proceed with it. So not building the window on the side of the neighbor, and or if you can't do that, then provide a roof for the neighbor and then you can build the second story. And they will also take into consideration if there is sunlight entering the house, because Sharia would actually consider this, right? And then we move on to the next one, which is Shafi'i madhab. And what they are saying, their ruling is, um, they can do it if they can do the two conditions. If they allow like if they tick the boxes of the two conditions, then they are allowed. So what are the two conditions? The first condition is, if it's customary, it's a norm amongst the people, then they are allowed. Like for example, people are in those places are having the second floor, then they will be allowed. And the second condition is, it can't be a form of extravagance, show off, and they should not have like a bad intention to harm or damage or do some sort of badness to the neighbor. Okay, so these two conditions, as long as these two conditions apply, then the Shafi'i madhab says then you can build it. And the Hanbali madhab says that as long as both parties can come to some sort of agreement, then they will be allowed. So the both parties, they have to sit down, they have to have a talk, and they both have to come to some sort of agreement. Now, the agreement could be that you can build it, but don't build a window on our side, or maybe they can come sort of some sort of arrangement that if they can't afford, then they can, like help them out in some way. So they have to come to an arrangement. Then this will be allowed. And the third category is we are not allowed to initiate harm nor reciprocating harm. So we will be mainly discussing we are not allowed to initiate harm nor reciprocating harm. Okay. Right, so that takes us to the next slide. So there are four forms of interpretation of this hadith, right? The first is no harm and no harming. It's a simple, direct interpretation, right? The next one is there is not to be any causing of harm, nor is there to be any requital of harm, right? And and this is said by Ustad Jamaluddin Zarabozo. And the third one is no harm or harming in Islam, highlighting its application across all aspects of Islamic life. And the fourth interpretation is it is cursed whoever harms a believer. So if you are harming a mu'min, that's a is a curse upon that person. So connecting the principle with the idea of divine accountability. These interpretations reflect the depth and adaptability of the hadith, right? Now we move on to our core fiqh maxim. This hadith forms the basis for an essential fiqh maxim. Harm is to be prevented and eradicated. So from this principle, we derive three critical aspects. The first one is prevention. So harm should be avoided before it happens. So as a Muslim, you need to foresee that what can you predict can happen, and you need to try to avoid that from before. Next is eradication. So if harm exists, then efforts should be made to remove it. And number three, prohibition of harmful retaliation. So even in response to harm, Islam does not permit harmful retaliation. This maxim highlights Islam's emphasis on justice and prevention of harm. Now we move on to, okay, now this is the five major principles in which all of the Sharia is built, right? So the last one that you see, all harm is to be removed. This is the one that we are discussing today. But all the other ones, the other four that are here, the whole Sharia is built up on these five major principles. So I just wanted you guys to know it so we can just go through it. So the first one is the cultural norm takes precedence. For example, treat your spouse with goodness, with maruf. The second one is importance of intention. So, for example, like matters will be judged based on the intentions, right? And number three, hardship brings about ease. So Sharia will come to facilitate that ease. So, for example, if a person is sick, then they can sit down and pray their salah. If they, there is tayammum, there is, if you are traveling, then the fast can be made up later. If you are traveling, then the prayers can be shortened. And then there is also one where you can combine your prayers. So basically, when you have hardships, Sharia makes it all easy for you. So Allah has made things easy for us. Number four, certainty is not removed by doubt, right? So this means that it will be certain until another certainty comes about. So, for example, your belly is rumbling, you're not sure if you broke your wudu or not. Now, you are not certain, you are doubtful, but until there is another certainty, like uh, if you heard a sound or you had a smell, then you would know that the wudu is broken. So there should be another certainty in order to take that away, right? And the last one that we are discussing is all harm is to be removed. So just knowing these five principles is really good because it just shows us on what basis the Sharia is built. The next one is derived legal maxims. Now, what is a legal maxim? Can any sister just unmute themselves and tell me what are legal maxims? Okay. So basically, a legal maxim is a principle that is found reoccurring throughout the Sharia. Yeah. So whenever you are taking fiqh and ruling and everything, you will do it on the basis of the legal maxim. So taking that harm away, that is a legal maxim, and you are basing everything upon that. So gen so it's very general and it's like so needed in our times, isn't it? It's very, very basic and general and is good to know. Now, from the core principle of preventing harm, Islamic scholars have developed several legal maxims. Um, the first one is harm should be prevented whenever possible. Now, the thing is, I'll give you an example so it can make everything easy. Yeah, so each one of them will have an example. So harm should be prevented. Now imagine that someone is indulging in food, which like they're cooking food and it's seasoned with garlic and onion, and a person's jacket is around where the cooking is taking place. Now that aroma is going to get absorbed into the jacket. Then the person is going to wear the jacket and go to the masjid and pray over there. So what's going to happen? That food that is being cooked with the garlic and onion is absorbed in the jacket, and the masjid will smell like that. And the people will be smelling it. The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam advised that those who eat food with strong odors like garlic or onion should avoid coming to the masjid until the smell subsides. This guidance ensures the masjid remains a pleasant and a welcoming environment for all worshippers. Okay, so we should try to prevent, this is an example, so we should try to prevent before that harm happens. That's an example for the first one. Now, the second one, harm should be eradicated. Let's take an example. How can we eradicate harm? Now, there is a farmer, he's renting a plot from a landlord. The harvest, for some strange reason, is extremely late and was supposed to be, the harvest was supposed to be ready in October, but it doesn't look like it's coming until the next month in November. But the rent was agreed up until October. So what happens? The farmer has planted those seeds, he's aggregated the land, he's watered them, he's given them vitamins, pesticides, he's prevented them from the bugs and insects, he's done all the hard work. And now the landlord can't say, oh, November is all mine, so all the harvest that comes out now is all mine. So the Islamic perspective applies to this, and the same rate of rent will apply for another month and give him some time to take his harvest out. So this is again how the Sharia works. So harm should be eradicated. So that harm will not happen to that farmer. Inshallah. And then the next one is harm is not removed by similar harm. So another example, very interesting example. So there's Hajj going on, right? And there are these two brothers, Ahmed and Bilal, right? And Ahmed has enough food for himself, but there isn't enough to share with another brother, Bilal, who also hasn't been fed and is extremely hungry. So out of desperation, Bilal steals all of Ahmed's food without his permission. So what do you think? Is his action justified? No, because if he is struck by poverty, he is not allowed to steal if the same type of harm will be caused to another person. So harm is not removed by a similar harm. So you cannot do the same. So if it's supposed to come to you, you can't put it on somebody else and let them have that. Okay. So yeah, that's number three. Number four, a greater harm should be avoided by tolerating a lesser harm. Now, the example here is that there's a place with a lot of rich people and the land gets hit by drought. People don't have food anymore. In this situation, the Muslim ruler of that place can dictate to the people to take the surplus money from the rich and give it to the poor. So basically, they're helping out. The Muslim ruler's job is to help out in this situation, right? And number five, preventing harm takes precedence over attaining benefits, right? So let's take an example. There, we'll take this doctor's perspective, yeah? And there is a pregnant woman who passes away in labor. The doctor knows that a Muslim's body should not, like, if a person has diseased, then you're not going to open up their body. But at the same time, he also knows that there's a baby in there, right? So what should the doctor do? So in this case, the doctor can save the baby's life, because doing this would mean that you're preventing harm and you're taking precedence over attaining some benefit in it. So you are benefiting the little baby that's in there, right? And number six is prohibition of public harm takes precedence over individual harm. Now, in this case, what they're trying to say is um, it's okay for an individual to take that harm rather than the overall public harm. Yeah. And I'd like to give an example here. So imagine that there is a person, the good businessman, and he's got a monopoly of milk. Now, suddenly, he sees that he's the only one who provides milk and he has doubled the prices. Now, what's going to happen? The children, the women, the people, they can't afford it. They can't have their cereal no more. They can't have their tea and coffees no more. They can't do anything. So then the ruler comes and says to the businessman to take the prices to back down so that the people around, they can all benefit, the community can benefit. So the person will take a little hit. So this is what they mean by one individual taking a harm, but then the overall public will have a lesser harm. Okay. And now we move on to the next slide, examples of Islamic jurisprudence. So we've spoken about transactions, so charging excessive prices or exploiting others. So where I give the example of the milk, where the prices were gone doubled. So yeah, that's called exploiting. So this is prohibited and to ensure fairness in trade. And the second one is a building and property example. So we, talked about this example about the neighbor who wants to build the second story. So constructing a building that invades a neighbor's privacy, such as blocking their sunlight, is considered harmful and is thus prohibited. And number 3, relationships. So actions that harm a spouse or a family member, such as malicious reconciliation in marriage, are forbidden. So these examples basically demonstrate how harm prevention is central to Islamic ruling. Um, here are more specific instances where the principles of avoiding harm applies. So, in business transaction, price gouging during times of need, such as inflating prices during a crisis, is explicitly forbidden in Islam. And building issues, constructing buildings that block a neighbor's air or sunlight is an example of harm that must be avoided. Number 3, relationship dynamics. Harming family members or spouses without just cause violates the principles of compassion and justice in Islam. These scenarios illustrate how Islam strives to prevent harm in both personal and societal contexts. The ethical framework of Islam. Um, so, this leads us to the broader ethical framework of Islam, justice in harm. Harm is only allowed when necessary to uphold justice. Now, we do actually sometimes bring about harm to others in the sense that when we find a criminal and we give them some punishment. So, why should we actually do this? Is because we are preventing them from causing any other major harm. So if they are left out, they might cause more harm. This is why giving them a little punishment is for the greater benefit in that sense. So harm is only allowed when necessary to uphold justice, such as in punishing criminals. However, even then, the harm must be proportional and focused on restoring fairness. And the objective here, the ultimate goal is to prevent harm, promote goodness, and create a harmonious society. This balance ensures that Islamic law is both ethical and practical. So, in conclusion, to summarize, Islam prohibits harm, whether direct or indirect. Our efforts should focus on preventing, minimizing, or eliminating harm. The principle of avoiding harm is foundational to both Islamic ethics and law. So, as a final thought, preventing harm is a priority, and the removal of harm should never lead to a greater harm. This balance lies at the heart of Islamic teachings. Any questions, sisters? If there are any questions, please use the mic and then you can share your thoughts. And if not, then I will move on to my next slide. Mm, okay. So can you see my slide or not really?
Assalamu alaikum. We can't see your slide, sister.
Okay. Wa alaikum salam. Can you see it now?
Yes, we can see it now.
Okay. Right. So now I'm going to carry on with the next hadith, which is hadith number 18. And this is about taqwa. Yeah. So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Now we'll be discussing hadith 18 from Imam Nawawi's 40 hadith. This hadith highlights key aspects of Islamic spirituality, such as God consciousness, the importance of good deeds, and having a good character. Right. So, in this hadith is narrated by Abu Dhar and Mu'adh ibn Jabal. The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam gives us three powerful pieces of advice. It's found in Tirmidhi and is regarded as a Hasan or good hadith. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam says, "Fear Allah wherever you may be. Follow up an evil deed with a good one, which will wipe the former out, and behave good-naturedly towards people." So now it takes us to the question, what is taqwa? Any sisters want to open their mic and tell me what taqwa is? Any sisters? Okay.
It means God consciousness.
Yes. Good. Well done. Okay. So the first part of the hadith talks about taqwa, which is often translated as God consciousness or fear of Allah. But it's more than just fear. It's the constant awareness that Allah is watching us in every moment of our lives. To illustrate this, imagine you are walking through a patch of thorns. You would gather your clothes to avoid being scratched. So similarly, taqwa means being aware of the potential pitfall in life and avoiding them, knowing that Allah sees everything. Yeah. Taqwa in every moment. Taqwa applies so in every moment. So it's not like I'm just gonna have taqwa when I'm praying my salah and then afterwards I'm going to just relax. No. Taqwa in every moment. Taqwa applies to all parts of our lives, right? Even if we are home, if we are out, if we are with our kids, we are at shopping, we are at work, anywhere and everywhere, all the time and every time. Whether we are alone, in public, in positions of strength or weakness, the key is that in every situation, we should remain conscious that Allah is watching us. So, this kind of awareness can guide us to act in the best way possible, aligning our actions with His commands, whether others are watching or not. So, like sometimes when we are at the masjid, we might be in our very best behavior because we know that everyone's watching us. But what happens when we're not at masjid and we're on the road, or we're having an argument and we just let it go, and we get to the worst of ourselves? What happens then? So we need to always remember that no matter where we are, even if we are in the house or we are out, we need to behave a certain way because we need to have taqwa at all times. The proactive response to bad deeds. Now let's talk about what happens when we make mistakes. We all sin. So this hadith tells us how to respond, not with despair, but with action. If you commit a bad deed, it's not the end of the world. Follow it up immediately with a good deed to wipe it out. Instead of dwelling on guilt, Islam teaches us to keep moving forward and to actively do good to make up for our shortcomings. So the proactive approach helps us grow closer to Allah, right? So what should we do? Any sister, if I can have like a couple of sisters, what do you do when you actually sin? Do you sit there all like paralyzed, like, oh, I can't do anything, like this is done, what do I do? And just sit there crying, or you do some action plan? What do you do? Any sister. No? Okay. So, so this hadith is actually giving us a lot of strength that even if we are sinning, you know what? You don't let yourself go. You do something. You do something about it. You get up and you start doing some good actions. Okay? The importance of good character. So the point here that stresses the importance of dealing with others with good manners and kindness, right? So good character is a reflection of taqwa. Islam teaches that one must treat others with kindness, exhibit patience, respect, and good manners. Prophet ﷺ's teachings, the believer with the most complete iman is the one with the best behavior. So we need to understand that a believer has the best behavior, yeah, and the best manners, a good character. So this is all a reflection of taqwa. Key lessons from this hadith. So to sum up, there are three key lessons from this hadith. The first one is taqwa, is the constant awareness of Allah in every moment of our lives. Right? If we commit a bad deed, we should immediately follow it up with a good deed. Good character is a vital component of our faith, and we must treat others with kindness and respect. And good manners are as important as acts of worship in Islam. So we may think like, oh, if I pray Salah, that is a good act. But good manners and how you're treating others, that is also very crucial and important. So this is a reminder, like our behavior, our character, right? How to implement the hadith in our lives. So strengthen taqwa. How do we strengthen our taqwa? We remember Allah in every action, whether seen or unseen by others. And I want sisters to unmute their mics and give me lots and lots of example of how we can strengthen our taqwa. What can we do to strengthen our taqwa? Please, sisters, unmute yourself, or you can use the chat box as well. So let me open up my chat box. Yep. So sisters, please feel free to either use the mic or use the chat box and tell me how we can implement taqwa. Do a lot of regular good deeds. Excellent. Mashallah. Any other sisters? Even if they are small. Excellent. So we might think that it's a very, very small good deed that we're doing, but in Allah's eyes, only Allah knows. It may be a very big good deed. And it might be the deed that made all the difference from us, going to Jannah. We don't know. We just don't know. We just have to keep doing, Okay, so I have jotted down a few points. So we can strengthen our taqwa by, okay, Sister Sabah, Sister Aisha said, reflect often on your day and check is everything in line with Quran and Sunnah. Well done. And Sister Sabah said, read and understand Quran. Excellent. Mashallah, good, very good answers. So I have put down a few points. So how we can strengthen our taqwa is, the first thing is we are going to always praise Allah in our good and bad times. So it doesn't matter what type of time we are in, we will always praise Allah. Secondly, we will do our salah, and we can strengthen it by praying on time, increase the voluntary prayers, like doing the nafil, then reading and reflecting on the Quran, regular recitation, understanding and reflecting. That's what Sister Sabah said. And making lots and lots of du'as. So frequent du'as with intention and humility. Avoiding sin and seeking forgiveness. Avoiding major and minor sins, right? And repenting. Doing tawbah, sincere tawbah. Maintaining good character, good akhlaq. Yeah, being honest, having integrity, being kind, patient, and forgiving. Mindful of if we are consuming halal. Yeah, being very mindful that we are eating halal, and even the earnings that's coming from a halal source. And eating and drinking in gratitude. Engaging in regular charity, zakah or sadaqah. And then seeking knowledge and patience. Sorry, doesn't make sense. Seeking knowledge and practice it. So we are not just sitting down and reading and understanding, but actually putting it in practice, practically doing it, acting upon it. And then controlling our tongues, right? That's also taqwa. Control your tongue, avoid gossiping, avoid backbiting, use words for good. Yeah, we need to train ourselves to say good about people, not bad. And then performing Hajj and Umrah if possible. And then doing regular dhikr, remembrance of Allah. Dhikr is moments of peace and stress. Dhikr in moments of peace and stress. So, like there are prescribed dhikr that you should do when you are stressed, when you have tension, when you have had a loss, when for everything there is a dua. So when we increase our dua, our dhikr, then all the things, they get peaceful and they go in harmony. So it doesn't matter what type of time we are facing, we should always involve in a lot of dhikr, because in today's day and age, everything is going so fast. that we, like it's morning and then suddenly it's night. So in each and every moment, even if you're in the car, in the bus, you're walking, you're cooking, try to implement doing lots of dhikr in each and everything. At least you will have some barakah in your life, you know? And then avoiding excessive worldly attachment. Now, taqwa is also linked to avoiding the worldly attachment. Why? Can any sister say why? Any sister. You can either
Because
write
you're aware of the akhirah.
excellent, yes, because you're aware of akhirah, you're always remembering the hereafter. You know that you are here for a very short time, and this is just a journey. You're going from A to B. You're not here to stay in A, land A forever and ever. You're just having a transition period from A to B. And your objective and your goal is to reach B, which is Jannah, right? So if you get attached to all the worldly things and you make the best house and the best clothes and the best everything, then sometimes you forget that there is akhirah and there's a hereafter, and there is, like it kind of takes you away from remembering. So that's why excessive worldly attachment is also kind of bad. You can have good things. There's nothing wrong with that, but as long as it doesn't take you away from the remembrance of Allah. And then surround yourself with righteous company. Because if you are surrounded by the people who remind you of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you are going to absorb all of that and you will try to be like that. But if you surround yourself with, say, people who are always going to the pubs and clubs and things like that, then sometimes you'll be like, oh, you know what, I want to do that as well. You know? So choosing your your company is extremely important. It can either strengthen your taqwa or it can bring that right down. Because taqwa is not all the time, it's not at the same level, right? It's not at the same level. It can go up, it can go down. So you need to always surround yourself so it can carry on going up, 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 or if not up, at least steady, but not down. If it's going down, then you need to check like what changes could you make to make it either steady or make it go up, inshallah. So that takes me to my next point, that is respond. Respond to mistakes. So we understood what is taqwa and how we can strengthen our taqwa. So what can we do to respond to our mistakes when we slip up? We always slip up sometime or the other, don't we? So don't let guilt hold us back. Instead, do a good deed right away, whether it's helping someone or offering a prayer or any act of kindness. So I want sisters to tell me, how can you respond to the mistake? Like, what kind of good deed can you do so that, you can make yourself go up rather than fall down with that mistake? Sisters, any sister, either you can write on the message or you can use the chat box or you can use the mic. No? Okay. So what we can do is we can help someone who is in need. It doesn't matter what mistake we've done, but we can always help someone. You know, when you help someone, you actually feel happy and you feel so good inside your heart, right? So things like that can make you, like up your game rather than going down. Then correcting your behavior or apologizing or resolving that problem to improve. So, first is you need to acknowledge that, yes, I have made a mistake. And then after you have acknowledged your mistake, then you will think of a plan of how you can reform yourself or come out of that. And apologize if you can apologize. You can try to resolve it, right? Yes, I have a sister. Sister Tanya said, try to make good what you did wrong. Well done. Exactly. Well done. So that is try to make good what you have done wrong. So we are not angels and we will not always be on the right track. We will slip up sometime or the other and we need to make it right. Engage in positive activities. So reflect, yeah, have a journal, see what is it that you did wrong and what was the situation or the circumstances and reflect on it and how you can actually change that around, right? Make a positive change in your routine, set new goals or habits. Avoid the environment that led you to that mistake. So maybe you were in an environment, right? If you were not in that environment, then this wouldn't have happened. So what can you do differently for next time so that we don't have the same problem again, right? Practice gratitude. So being grateful for everything that you have, including your arms, your legs, your eyes, every single part of your body that you have outside and inside, everything. Being grateful for your family, your parents, your children, your teachers, your neighbors, and everyone around you, you know? Imagine we were in the moon and there was nobody around. How would we feel? Right? So we need to be grateful for everything. We have these lovely trees that gives us all these lovely fruits. Yeah. And we have lots and lots of things to eat and drink. So Alhamdulillah for everything. Showing kindness to yourself. Be gentle to yourself. So sometimes we are like, oh, that's it. Why did I do this? And we beat ourselves for doing that. But we don't need to do that. We need to be kind. Okay, it's done, it's done. You can't change what's done. So you move on, take things forward, like how you can reform. And then the last point here is cultivate good character. So how can we cultivate good character? Any sisters? You can use the chat box or yes, I have a sister. Sister Nadine said, follow the sunnah. Well done. So if we are at work, we be honest. We need to be honest and transparent and fulfill our responsibilities, show appreciation. What else can we do? Offer help to others, avoid gossiping and backbiting. So good character needs a lot of things that goes in it. Being empathetic, being considerate. And when you're with family, what do? You show love and patience, be respectful to your parents, helping them, checking up on the parents if they are old, find out if they are okay, they need any help. maintain positive communication, help with household chores, yeah, and leading by example, resolving any conflicts peacefully, because when we have family, we would have conflicts as well, but trying to resolve that conflict. Act in good faith, yes, Sister Tanya. And then when we have friends, we be supportive and loyal to them, respect their boundaries, be a good listener, celebrate their success, be honest, yeah, forgive and move on. Yes, smiling, that's charity. Yes, Sister Sadia said charity. Be happy for others' blessings. Yes, we don't need to like frown that, oh, why does she have it and I don't? We need to be happy for one another, be courteous and considerate. We should avoid criticism, right? We need to do self-care, right? In public spaces, we show courtesy, show respect to others, so on and so forth. Yes, be modest. Yeah. And that takes us to our conclusion slide, right? So in conclusion, this hadith is a beautiful reminder that Islam is a complete way of life. It teaches us how to live with constant awareness of Allah, respond to our mistakes with good deeds, and treat others with kindness. Let us strive to embody these teachings and draw closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala through our actions and character. So the hadith teaches us how to live a balanced life. True piety involves both internal awareness, taqwa, and outward conduct, which is a good character. Be conscious of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala at all times, because we cannot hide ourselves at any time from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And we need to always imagine that we are doing things. We can see Allah and we are doing things. So we will always be conscious. And if we can't, then we should know that Allah can still see us even if we can't. Okay, Sister Sadia said, having all of these qualities is also an active part in dawah. Yes, as da'is, we need to have all these qualities so that when we actually interact with others, like who are non-Muslims, and we are giving dawah to them, then they see those characteristics and those qualities, and they feel like being like they feel interested in what is the religion of that person who has such good qualities, and I want to follow that religion. This is how the Prophet ﷺ used to be. Like he used to show these good qualities, and they all wanted to be like that, because not all, but most of them who had learned about his qualities, they're like, okay, there must be something in this religion that, there's so many good qualities that they follow. So we need to actually be like that. So we need to try our best to take that on board. And then taking responsibility for our actions by following bad deed with good ones. So we should try as much as we can to not do the bad deeds. But if we have, then for whatever reason, we shouldn't like sit down and get all depressed about it. We should move on, and we should try to do a good act or any, good deed that we have discussed. Or even better, you can, explore and try to do one that we haven't discussed. Practice excellent manners and kindness with everyone we meet, because manners, they weigh heavily on the scales on the day of judgment. So good manners is something really, really heavy on the scales. And we all need that on that day. So reflection, how I want to leave you sisters with a few questions for reflection for yourself. I want you to reflect, how can we increase our awareness of Allah in everyday situation? Yeah, maybe take a picture, and I want you to reflect on these questions as a homework. What good deeds can I perform today to erase past mistakes? How can I improve my character in my interaction with others? Because our character only shows when we are interacting with other people. They can judge what kind of character we are. Okay? So, yeah, that takes me to the end of the slide. Okay, Sister Sadia said, Allah also says in Quran, do not despair when you have sinned, for He is Ar-Rahman. Beautiful. And Surah 39, verse number 53. Jazakallah khair for that, Sister Sadia. Yes, Jazakallah khair, everyone. And our time is up. And it was really nice having all of you listening to me. Anything good was from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and any shortcoming is from my own self. Subhanaka Allahumma wa bihamdika ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Wal asr, bismillah. Wal asr innal insana lafi khusr illa allazina amanu wa amilus solihati wa tawassaw bil haqqi wa tawassaw bis sabr. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.